I'm sorry. I didn't switch on my mic. You can blame that on age. Good morning, everyone. Judge President Musi, Judge Lekale, and the evidence leader, and members of the media here present, and the Secretariat. We have convened today to commence with the proceedings of the tribunal in accordance with the arrangements that were made on the 24th of March 2026. And before I say whatever needs to be said, I just want to get the appearances first on record. Over to you, Advocate Potts.
Thank you, Tribunal President. The appearances are as follows. The President of the Judicial Conduct Tribunal, the retired Deputy President of the SCA, ex-Petse, members of the Judicial Conduct Tribunals, Judge Skuman, the non-judicial member of the Conduct Tribunals, Advocate Moncho Olusana SC, and evidence leaders, myself, Advocate Emblos.
And of course, the respondent judge, Judge Lekale, if for the record you could then confirm your presence.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, indeed, I'm Lepono Lekale. I'm the respondent in this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Judge Lekale. Judge Lekale, I take it that you were provided with copies of the applications that were made by the media who sought to be granted access to these proceedings. And in the light of your indication that you had an objection to the media being granted access, I'm inviting you now to address the tribunal as to why the members of the media should not be granted access to these proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, these proceedings are personal in nature, and the fact that I'm ill as it is now goes to show that this is a personal matter. We should not be allowed to be impeded by anyone except with the permission that it desires.
But this is not confined to your personal situation and circumstances only. The media, as the eyes and ears of the public, have an interest in matters relating to and affecting the judiciary. Isn't that so? Given the nature of the complaint that has been lodged against you by the judge president of your division.
Indeed, but the very nature of the situation is that this is personal and it goes to show that it was personal because I'm here personally to represent myself.
Well, isn't that a different issue altogether? In fact, you might recall that when we met on I think it was the 23rd of March 2026, and the proceedings were adjourned to today, you undertook to engage a legal representative to represent you at these proceedings, which was in any event your entitlement in terms of the Judicial Service Commissions Act.
Yes, indeed, but I decided against it later on because I realized that this is personal and I feel I can represent myself better than anyone else.
Yes.
And therefore, I decided not to engage anyone to assist me in this regard.
Well, obviously, no one can question you about the decision that you have taken, even if one were to be of the view that it would have been desirable for you to have a legal representative. Would any conditions that the tribunal may see fit to attach, if it is inclined to grant the media access to the proceedings, not sufficiently protect you insofar as the minute details of your illness are concerned? I'm raising this with you because it's already in the public domain that you were appointed as a judge of the Free State High Court division in 2012, and you haven't performed any judicial functions since 2018. And the media reports even alluded to the fact that the reason why you have not been able to perform judicial functions is because of your visual impairment, amongst other things.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Chair. That's the reason why I'm here representing myself.
What reason would there be, cogent reason would there be if the media is granted access to this hearing, subject to whatever conditions that the tribunal may see fit to impose, insofar as I've already indicated, as the disclosure of the minute details of your illness are concerned?
The conditions that may be imposed to ensure that I'm protected, so to say. I agree that the conditions that may be imposed should ensure that I serve this to the best of my ability. I do all that I can to assist myself and then to present my case properly.
Yes, by all means, you'll be entitled to present your case, and bearing in mind that this is not an adversarial inquiry. In terms of the Act, this is an inquisitorial inquiry. The tribunal must gather the facts, and you don't bear any honors, and then decide whether at the end of the day, having had evidence presented to it, the complaint laid or lodged against you can be sustained.
Indeed, I agree.
Have you given some thought as to the nature of the conditions that you believe this tribunal should impose to protect you, that is, insofar as the minute details of your illness are concerned? Or is that a matter that you leave entirely in the hands of the tribunal?
It's the matter that I leave entirely in the hands of the tribunal.
Thank you, Judge Lekale. Advocate Blows, do you have anything to say?
Thank you, Chairperson. As evidence leader, I will abide by any decision or direction of the tribunal regarding the media attendance and the publication of any document or information placed before it. Would I ever ask or request the tribunal to consider that no personal medical information contained in any document or any document itself relating to the medical condition of the respondent be published or otherwise made public, save to the extent authorized by the tribunal?
Is that it? Thank you.
That's it, Chairperson.
Propose to take a short adjournment for us to formulate the terms of our role. Okay. At this stage, I propose to take a short adjournment strictly for the purpose of formulating the terms of the ruling that will be made when we resume. So, shall we adjourn? Just for the record, I want to state that this is a sitting of the Judicial Conduct Tribunal established by the Chief Justice on 13 November 2025 in terms of Section 21(1) of the Judicial Service Commission Act 9 of 1994, the Act. The core assignment that the tribunal is required to perform is to consider whether, in the light of the complaint lodged with the Judicial Service Commission, the JSC, during January 2025 by Judge President Musi of the Free State Division of the High Court against Judge Lekale, who was appointed a judge in that division on 1 January 2012, is suffering from incapacity as contemplated in Section 177 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. In essence, the task of the tribunal is to establish and report its findings and recommendation in relation to the complaint to the JSC, Advocate Blows, who is a Deputy Director of Public Prosecution and attached to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Cape Town, was duly appointed by the National Director of Public Prosecution in terms of Section 24(1) of the Judicial Service Commission Act. On 24 March 2026, the tribunal, of its own accord, convened a pre-hearing conference of the parties with a view to explore the possibility of obtaining admissions of certain facts and documents in order to curtail the duration of the proceedings and avoid the need for proof in relation to matters that were not in dispute. This exercise was aimed at expediting the hearing to the extent reasonable possible. Consequently, during the conference, agreement was reached in relation to the status of certain documents previously submitted to the Judicial Conduct Committee. These were A, the content of the affidavit of Judge President Musi setting out the circumstances giving rise to the complaint. 2, that the annexures thereto, which are to the effect that Judge Lekale is clinically and legally blind, which condition was precipitated by his debilitating and worsening health condition. It bears mentioning that for his part, Judge Lekale believes that his visual impairment is only temporal because of on the advice he got from his traditional healers. He will regain sight at some uncertain future date. On 17 July 2026, the Secretariat of the Judicial Conduct Tribunal issued a media statement Firstly, to inform the public and all and sundry through the media that today the tribunal would convene to consider the complaint. And in the second place, the media statement indicated that Judge Lekale objects to the media and or parties who do not fall within the category of persons who may attend a hearing of a tribunal as provided for in Section 29A of the JSC Act. The ground of the objection, in essence, is that he does not want his medical condition to be laid bare for all and sundry to know the nature of his illness. Judge Lekale's objection has elicited a flurry of applications from various media houses. Judges Matter, Ground Up, and a Mr. Kubega, who claims to be a doctoral student, asserting that these proceedings are of particular relevance to his research, raising, as he claims, important constitutional and jurisprudential questions on matters relating to the judiciary. All the parties who seek access to the proceedings, whilst accepting that as a default position, proceedings of the tribunal are held in private, as dictated by Section 29(1) of the Act. Section 29(2) nevertheless confers a discretion to be exercised judicially on the tribunal president to determine that the hearing be held in public if it is in the public interest to do so. There can be no doubt that the judiciary, as one of the three arms of state, occupies a unique position in the architecture of our constitutional democracy, in keeping with the principles of transparency and accountability, which are the foundational values of the Constitution. This morning, we had the benefit of hearing Judge Lekale, who made oral representations in support of his objection to the proceedings being made public. In essence, the thrust of his case is that information will be canvassed and traversed during the proceedings, which is of a personal nature relating to his health condition. Having considered the argument presented or representations made by the media in their quest to be granted access to these proceedings, we are satisfied that members of the media, Judges Matter, Ground Up, and Mr. Kubega have satisfied the threshold that these proceedings are of public interest, dictating that they should be held openly to protect the image and integrity of the judiciary as an institution. Regrettable, we were informed by the Secretariat of the Tribunal that Judge Lekale has dispensed with legal representation and henceforth will himself be conducting his case. Advisedly, we will refrain from questioning his wisdom for electing to represent himself for the reasons that he has advanced to this tribunal. Accordingly, the ruling of the tribunal is that in terms of Section 29(2), these proceedings shall be open to the public and the media in the interest of transparency, subject to the following conditions. One, any equipment to be used by the media will consist of unobstructive fixed cameras operating via a pull feed. Two, no artificial lighting or intrusive camera movements will be utilized. Three, broadcasting will at all times remain valid until the conclusion of the hearing, save in instances where the tribunal direct otherwise. That's our ruling. Thank you. Before I call upon the evidence leader to make her opening address, if any, and to call witnesses in support of the complaint, I just want to find out from Judge Lekale whether he would like to have a short adjournment in the light of the ruling that the tribunal has made, so as to know exactly where he stands.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. No, we may proceed, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Judge Lekale. Advocate Blows.
Thank you, Chairperson. Tribunal President and members of the Tribunal. The complainant in this matter is Judge President Cagney Musi and the Judge President of the Free State Division of the High Court. The respondent is Judge Lekale, a judge within the same division. The evidence to be laid will place before the tribunal the background to the respondent's appointment, his position in the Free State Division, and the period during which he has been absent from active judicial duties on medical grounds. As evidence leader, I intend to lead the evidence of Judge President Musi. His evidence will deal with the background to the complaint, the respondent's prolonged absence from judicial duties, the medical documentation submitted over the relevant period, and the effect of the absence on the functioning of the division. The documentary evidence will include the complaint, the respondent's response, the medical certificates and reports, and the relevant judicial record. regulatory instruments. The medical documentation covers the period from 2018 to date. The evidence will also address the administrative steps taken in relation to the respondent's absence and the circumstances that led to the complaint being lodged. The evidence will further address the practical consequences of the respondent's prolonged absence for the division. Once the evidence has been laid, any further directions regarding submissions will be dealt with as directed by the tribunal. That concludes the outline of the allegation and the evidence intended to be adduced. Tribal President and members of the tribunal.
Thank you, Advocate Bruce. Before you call your witness, just some housekeeping rules so that everybody know where they stand. The proceedings will commence at 10 in the morning. Will take the mid-morning adjournment, 11 or there, so soon thereafter, at the convenience of the tribunal. Then at 1 o'clock, we'll adjourn for lunch, 45 minutes. Then we'll resume after lunch until 4 in the afternoon.
So noted, Chairperson.
Thank you. Over to you then, Advocate Bruce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Before evidence is adduced from my side, I'm not sure whether the respondent wishes to address the tribunal before evidence is adduced as envisaged in 7.4, or is that...
Well, I was of the mind that if he is going to present any evidence, then he will get the opportunity to make his opening address. Are you comfortable with that, Judge Lekale?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I now call Judge President Gagne Musi.
Judge President Musi, will you please, for the record, say you will have your full names, please?
I am Cagney John Musi.
I'm sorry, I have to repeat that because my microphone was off. Will you please, for the record, state your full names?
I am Cagney John Musi.
Thank you, JP Musi. Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
None, Mr. President.
Do you then swear that the evidence that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, JP Musi. Advocate Blows, your witness has been sworn in.
Thank you, Chairperson. Judge President Musi, am I correct in stating that you are currently the Judge President of the Free State Division of the High Court?
That is correct.
Is it also correct that in respect of the Free State Division, you were appointed as a permanent judge on the 1st of June 2005?
That is correct.
You were appointed as Deputy Judge President in the same division in January 2017.
That's correct.
And then am I also correct in stating as Judge President of the division, you were appointed on the 1st of December 2018?
That is correct.
You are the complainant in the matter currently before the tribunal in which Judge Lekale is the respondent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, in respect of Judge Lekale, am I correct in stating that he was appointed as a permanent judge of the Free State High Court on 1 January 2012.
That is correct.
And that according to the records and the documents we have before us, he was born in June 1964 and is presently 62 years old.
Well, according to the medical records, yes. And the records at my disposal at the office. Yeah.
When Judge Lekale was appointed as a judge on the 1st of January 2012, you were already serving as a permanent judge in the Free State Division.
That is correct.
Now, Judge President, it seems
Moment, Advocate Close. I just want to find out from Judge Lekale, are you following and hearing the evidence of Judge President Musi?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You may proceed, Advocate Close. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, Chairperson. When Judge Lekale was appointed as a judge on the 1st of January 2012, you were already serving as a permanent judge in the Free State Division.
That is correct.
And it seems it's undisputed that Judge Lekale has been medically booked off since the 6th of June 2018.
Yes, that is correct.
At that time, in June 2018, you were the Deputy Judge President within the division.
That is correct.
Now, Judge President, having regard to Judge Lekale's appointment date and the date on which he commenced being medically booked off, namely the 6th of June 2018, he appears to have performed active judicial duties for 6 years before being medically booked off.
Yes. Give or take a few months, but yes, rounded off to 6 years.
6 years and a few months.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, since the 6th of June 2018, has Judge Lekale performed any form of work as a judge?
No.
Has he ever returned to work since the 6th of June 2018?
Unfortunately not.
Now, if you take into account the date of 6 June 2018 and the fact that he has not performed any work, it seems he's medically booked off for 8 years without performing any judicial work.
Yes, plus minus, yes.
So in other words, he's a permanent judge for 6 years, but hasn't performed judicial work for 8 years.
Plus minus 8 years, that is correct.
Judge President Musi, I just want clarity on one thing. Earlier, you, in response to a question from the evidence leader, said that she has been on sick leave since the 6th of June 2018,
That is correct.
meaning that he is still on sick leave.
As we speak, he's still on sick leave, yes.
Judge President, can you tell the tribunal whether, and if so, how, Judge Lekale's prolonged absence affected the functioning of the Free State Division?
Thank you. Maybe I should preface that by saying that the complaint itself was lodged after engaging Judge Lekale about his situation, and it is actually lodged with a great and deep sense of sadness because I've worked very well with Judge Lekale. Coming to the practical effect thereof, obviously because of the uncertainty, the medical reports state that he would be fit for office at a particular date. That impedes proper planning because before that date, another medical certificate comes which states that he will be indisposed for a longer period. In order to make sure that the division functions optimally, I am obliged to request the minister to appoint an acting judge in Judge Lekale's place. Therefore, the state actually pays for two judges, whilst only one is doing the work, in that the acting judge gets a remuneration similar to that of a judge. A further implication is that when you appoint an acting judge in the stead of a experienced permanent judge, the utilization of that particular judge is also limited, because there are certain complex and intricate civil matters that I could with ease give to or allocate to Judge Lekale, which is not always necessarily the case when you have an acting judge.
Judge President Musi, I just want clarity on this aspect. I know that you lodged your complaint late January 2025.
Yes.
And I also know that as the judge president of the division, you had the power to grant leave, whether sick or ordinary leave, vests in you.
Well, that's partially correct. That power was only devolved to the judge's president in 2023.
2023.
2023, July, by way of a government gazette. Prior to that, that power was exclusively the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development's power.
And since you became the repository of that power, on what basis did you then grant leave to Judge Lekale?
Thank you.
Well, as you mentioned earlier on that he is on sick leave.
Yes, thank you. That was granted by virtue of medical certificates handed in periodically by Judge Lekale. When the powers devolved to me, I had a conversation with Judge Lekale, wherein I told him that I'll be very loath to grant sick leave on the terms and conditions as stated by his medical practitioner. And that was basically the start of a long engagement with Judge Lekale. You will note from my complaint, I wrote to two successive ministers of justice, informing them that this situation is untenable and it might lead to embarrassment to the office of the Chief Justice. I engaged the previous Chief Justice, Chief Justice Zondo, on the issue, and like me, he was of the view that this situation can be sorted out amicably by way of engaging Judge Lekale, which I did. Then I also engaged the current Chief Justice and informed her that I have tried everything and I've reached the end of the road with regard to this issue, and granting further leave would indeed be an embarrassment. And I recommended that the Judicial Service Commission should be approached, because this is an unprecedented situation. She, rightfully so, suggested that a formal complaint should rather be lodged, so that this process, as it unfolds now, should unfold because of the unwillingness of Judge Lekale to apply to be what is colloquially called medically boarded, but more technically to be declared incapacitated due to ill health. And that is how the complaint was lodged. It was not something that was done very lightly.
Yes, yes. Yes, you indicate that you were given the prevailing circumstances load
Yes,
to approve his application for leave.
for leave, yes.
Did you actually approve it or not?
Well, I actually approved it after engaging inter alia the previous Chief Justice, and on the advice of the previous Chief Justice, that I should engage Judge Lekale and see whether I can firstly convince him to apply to be formally declared medically incapacitated. But as I say, he refused.
Yes. As he is sitting there now, is he on approved leave of absence by you?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. You may proceed, Advocate Close.
Thank you, Chairperson. Judge President, just to clarify the point, since July 2013, Judge Presidents have been vested with the authority to grant sick leave.
Yes,
And prior to that, it was the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
that is correct.
So I just want to take you to your complaint dated 31 January 2025. It appears
Yes,
to be pages 1 to 31 of the bundle.
yes.
If you look specifically at page 15 onwards, there are annexures containing certain communications.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to explain to the tribunal with this in mind what circumstances actually led you to lodge your complaint that you were loath to.
All right, you'll see on page 15 a letter dated 20 September 2023 to the former Chief Justice Zondo, wherein I explain the appointment date, Judge Lekale's appointment date, and the date on which his sick leave commenced, which is the 6th of June 2018. And I then also explained to the former Chief Justice that he has had numerous procedures, including heart surgery, although that should be corrected upfront, that Judge Lekale was at the heart hospital in Pretoria for certain procedures, but it was not necessarily surgery. And I then say the major complication, however, is that he has been classified as legally blind by his ophthalmologist. Then I say his sick leave has up till now been granted on a term-by-term basis, which cumulatively amounts to 5 years, and he is currently booked off sick until 31 December 2023. And last paragraph, I write to you in order to seek your guidance in this matter because the leave period is inordinately long.
And then there were communications after that, which then led you to lodge your formal complaint.
Yes. Well, the letter of the 22nd of September 2023, page 16 of the bundle, bears out what I said earlier, that former Chief Justice Zondo was of the view that this matter can be resolved amicably. You will see the last sentence of that letter. He says, I suggest that you discuss the matter with Judge Lekale and advise him to consider asking the President to discharge him under the relevant provisions of the above-mentioned Act. The above-mentioned Act is the Judges Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act of 2021.
Did you discuss it with Judge Lekale and try to resolve it amicably?
Yes, I spoke to Judge Lekale telephonically, and he informed me that he would want to seek the advice of his medical practitioners. I then reported back to the former Chief Justice on 28 September 2023, wherein I informed him that I telephonically discussed the contents of his letter with Judge Lekale, and he undertook to consult with his doctor and revert.
Did Judge Lekale revert?
Well, Judge Lekale reverted and informed me that he is currently on sick leave. His ophthalmologist has indicated that he would be fit on a particular day and that he verily believes that he will indeed be fit to report for duty as he would be able to see at any moment. And as the discussions progressed, he then informed me what the basis of his belief was.
And if you look at the correspondence that we're now dealing with and what is stated there it's dated 2024. Was this stated in 2024 or in another date? I'm talking of Judge Lekale's belief.
Or his belief. Now, since 2024 and thereafter.
Then, Judge President, am I correct that after the complaint was lodged in January 2025, Judge Lekale continued to submit further medical certificates, which appears at section HH of the bundle, and
Yes.
cover the period from 2018 to date?
Yes, although in the initial stages, the indisposition or illness was due to the amputation of his right leg and also complications in the left leg. But in those medical reports, there was already an intimation that Judge Lekale's eyesight or sight is deteriorating. And subsequent to that, we received medical certificates from his ophthalmologist.
Chairperson and members of the tribunal, with your leave, I'd like to take Judge President Musi through the medical records. This part may be detailed and at times tedious, and I humbly request the tribunal to bear with me. It's unfortunately necessary to deal with these medical records in some details in order to place the sequence of events and the reasons advanced for the respondent's absence fully before the tribunal, for the purpose of any submission that may be made later. With your leave, I can proceed. Judge President Musi, I want you to start off with 2018, page 159 in the bundle.
Yes.
Chairperson. And it's section HH. You confirm that section 8HH is all the medical certificates and reports that were submitted by the respondent?
Yes, they include medical certificates subsequent to the complaint being lodged and the first medical problem with regard to the amputation of Judge Lekale's leg.
So if you look at 2018, 159, it's a medical certificate of Dr. Mafana, dated 20 July 2018. It appears to state that on 10 June 2018, Judge Lekale underwent surgical intervention, namely below the knee amputation of the right leg and debridement of a specific wound on the left leg.
Yes, and it also states that he was admitted on the 6th of June 2018.
Yes, it confirms that date.
Yes.
It also states that the current status at that stage was that the below the knee stump had not healed. It was anticipated that the stump healing, prosthetic manufacture and fitting, and eventually training to balance and walk would require of approximately 10 weeks, that being from the 20th of July 2018.
Yes. Correct.
And and he was consequently then unable to resume normal duties until the 30th of September 2018.
That is correct.
If we move to 160, page 160, it also appears to be a certificate from Dr. Mafana dated 24 October 2018.
Correct.
It seems Judge Lekale was referred to a vascular surgeon, Dr. Tsotsetsi,
Yes, correct.
and in Dr. Mafana's opinion, Judge Lekale would not be able to resume duty for the remainder of the year,
That
and
is
his
correct.
sick leave was extended until 31st of December 2018.
That is correct.
Judge President, if you look at 2018 on the available medical records, it appears that he was then continuously booked off from the 6th of June 2018 until the 31st of December 2018.
That is correct. But as I said previously, you'd note that this only referred to the amputation of the leg and the complications of the left foot based on the diabetes condition.
Let's move to 2019,
Yes,
page 161.
yes,
Also appears to be a medical certificate from Dr. Mafana dated 10 January 2019.
correct.
The certificate records the readmission date of 2nd January 2019
That is correct.
and a clinical finding of aseptic leg, foot,
Left foot, yeah.
left foot.
That's
Yes.
correct.
His sick leave was then extended until the 31st of March 2019.
Correct.
Thereafter, we have 162.
Yes,
The same doctor, dated 1 April 2019,
correct.
where the doctor records that walking therapy was continuing and that the skin graft was taking well.
Yes,
He further notes poor vision, which was attended to by an ophthalmologist. Am I correct?
yes, correct.
If you look at 162, Judge Lekale's sick leave was then extended until the 30th of June
Correct.
2019. 163, also a certificate from the same doctor,
Correct.
this time dated 28 June 2019.
Correct.
He said it appears to state that he's undergoing walking rehabilitation and notes that the residual foot ulcers were healing well.
Yes,
He also records deteriorating vision was also being attended to by an ophthalmologist, Dr. Matsana.
Matsala, yes.
And Judge Lekale's sick leave was then extended until the 30th of September 2019.
Yes, correct.
Now, 164 appears to be another doctor, Professor Wayne Murray, an ophthalmologist of the Free State Medical Center.
Yes,
If I look at 164, it appears that he notes that Professor Murray examined Judge Lekale on the 13th of September 2019, and that he
Yes.
was accompanied by his wife.
yes,
If you look at the certificate, Professor Murray circled the word operation and recorded bilateral retinal operation.
yes. The way I understood it was that he performed an operation on the 13th of September 2019 and then booked Judge Lekale off from that date to the 30th of November 2019. And it's for that reason that he stated recovery post-operation.
And then Judge Lekale was booked off until the 30th of November 2019.
That is correct.
At 165, we have a medical certificate of another doctor, Dr. Tyro Roy,
Yes.
an orthopedic surgeon, it seems.
Yes.
Dr. Roy records that Judge Lekale had an orthopedic condition and was unfit for work from the 20th of October 2019 up to and including, and I see it's noted, plus minus the end of December 2019.
Yes, just correction. That's the 26th October 2019,
Sorry.
not 20. Yes.
Sorry, the 26th of October 2019.
Yes.
Up to and including plus minus end of December.
Correct.
If you look at 165, he further notes that Judge Lekale was still admitted to hospital.
Correct.
Now, Judge President, on the available medical records relating to 2019, it appears that Judge Lekale remained continuously medically booked off throughout 2019.
Correct.
And it also appears he was booked off with ongoing complications and the emergence and progression of eye-related problems from April 2019 onward.
Correct.
Judge President, I'd like to take you to 2020.
Yes.
Also at 166, we have another medical certificate of Dr. Roy dated 15 January 2020.
Yes.
He then records that Judge Lekale, who was then 55 years old, had been treated for an orthopedic condition and had made a good recovery.
Yes.
He notes that he would need to continue with physical rehabilitation and would resume duties at the beginning of April.
Correct.
One 167, the same doctor notes that he consulted with Judge Lekale on the 15th of January 2020. The diagnosis is just recorded as an orthopedic condition,
Yes.
and that he's still unfit for duty from 15 January 20 to 31 March 2020. He would resume work on the 1st of April 2020.
Correct. I think pages 166 and 167 should be read in tandem. 166 is a report and 167 is a medical certificate that just elucidates the report at 166.
Was this for the same period?
This for the same, exactly the same period.
Now, the next page, page 168, it appears to be the medical certificates from Dr. Akona Matala starts.
Kola, Makala.
An ophthalmologist, and his certificate is dated the 4th of March 2020.
Correct.
Now, if we look at the certificate, it says under natures of illness slash operation slash injury, the doctor records that Judge Lekale has advanced proliferative diabetic retinopathy,
Yes, that's what's written there as far as I could make out.
and he was booked off from the 4th of March, and it is stated that he may resume work on the 5th of June 2020.
Correct.
169 appears to be a duplication of 168. It seems to be a picture of the same certificate. The one is just zoomed in.
Yes.
Could you just explain why some of them appears to be pictures of certificates?
Yes, thank you. What happened during this period, Judge Lekale would request a colleague, uh, Judge Muditwane, to submit the medical certificates. And at times, I would receive the medical certificates via WhatsApp, then print them in order to file them and inform the Chief Justice as well as the Minister about the sick leave.
But part HH of the bundle is this, or they are the certificates as received.
Yes, they are indeed the certificates as received. You'll see they account for the entire period.
Whether in picture form or not.
Yes, whether picture form or actually hand delivered.
Then I'd skip 169 because of the duplication. Let's move to 170. A medical certificate of Dr. Matala, dated 25 May 2020. It records that Judge Lekale was examined on the 25th of May.
Yes, correct.
And if you look at the certificate, it says, or it appears to say, according to the doctor's knowledge / information provided to the doctor, that he was unfit for work from the 25th of May to 30 June 2020 and may resume work on the 1st of July.
Correct.
Just for clarity's sake, it says unfit for work / school.
Yes,
From
I
the
think
25th of May.
the doctor omitted to delete that which is not applicable.
Okay. The nature of the injury or the illness or operation or injury noted is recorded as ophthalmic stress. Although the handwriting is unclear at this stage, it appears to be that.
No,
But the handwriting
stress
is
or
clear.
illness.
Yeah.
Yes.
Page 171. Same doctor, stated 23rd June 2020.
Yes.
States that Judge Lekale was examined on the 23rd of June 2020. Once again, according to the doctor's knowledge / as informed, he would be unfit for work / school from the 23rd of June 2020 to the 30th of September 2020. He would resume work on the 1st of October 2020.
That is correct.
And then the nature of the illness / operation injury appears to be recorded, once again, as a ophthalmic illness, advanced PDR.
Yes, correct.
And if you look at the previous certificates, PDR meaning advanced proliferative diabetic retinopathy.
Correct.
Especially if one is...
Excuse me to interrupt you, Advocate Blows. The Judge President Musi, the certificate issued on the 23rd of June 2020, appears to me to have been issued during the currency of the previous one at page 170 by the same doctor.
Yes, thank you, President. You will note that that is indeed a recurring theme. Most of them are issued during the period of the previous one. As we go through them, you will note that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the certificate is, in this instance, as highlighted by you in other instances that we will get to,
Yes,
the certificate is issued before the expiration of the previous one.
precisely.
Then 172, same doctor, the certificate is dated 14 September 2020. It states that he was examined on this, also on the 14th of September 2020. According to the doctor's knowledge slash as informed, he would be unfit for work slash school from the 14th of September 2020 to the 31st of December 2020, and he'll resume work on the 1st of January 2021.
That is correct. Just to point out again that the previous one on 171 stated that he may resume work on the 1st of October 2020. And the one on 172, which you just read out now, was dated 14th of September 2020. In other words, during the period of the sick leave. As the President pointed out, and I stated that it's a recurring theme.
Now, Judge President, I note if you look at 172, Judge Lekale it stated he may resume work on New Year's Day 2021. Could you just explain to the tribunal how it works in respect of recess and not being on duty and sick leave and so forth?
Well, in the Free State Division, we generally have one judge who would be on duty for a period of, during this period, a period of 2 weeks during the recess. In other words, the entire short recesses, and we break up the long recesses, in other words, the December and June, July recesses, and allocate 2 weeks to two different judges. And if you are not on recess duty, and for any particular reason the judge who is on duty makes contact with the JP, and so because of urgent matters, sometimes you get long, complicated urgent matters, and then I arrange for a second judge to assist. But in Judge Lekale's case, he was never put on recess duty because of his condition. But you will further note as we go through the medical reports that there too, the doctor states that Judge Lekale would be fit for duty basically in the recess, or may resume duties in the recess period, but would be off during term. Maybe whilst we are on 172, you will note that he will resume duty on the 1st of January, which is a public holiday, general, commonly known, and it is also in the recess period. And 14 September 2020 to 31st December 2020, partially in the recess, partially in term.
Thank you, Judge President. Now, if you look at 2020, the year starts with an orthopedic condition with physical rehabilitation with Dr. Van Rooy. Sorry, not Van Rooy, Dr. Rooy recording that Judge Lekale had made a good recovery, but remained unfit for 31st of March
Yes.
2020. And then from March 2020 onwards, the dominant issue became the ophthalmological condition.
Yes, correct.
With Dr. Makala,
Correct.
followed by eye-related certificates is extending until the 31st, like you said, 31st of December
Yes.
2020.
Judge President Musi, being in possession of a medical certificate like the one you pointed out at page 172, which said that Judge Lekale would be able to resume duty on the 1st of January 2021, which we all know that the greater part of January was in recess. But did you invite him now that at least for the duration of the recess, he was available for you to allocate judicial duties to him?
Thank you, President. Let's look at the medical certificates, 1172, you will note that it is dated 14 September 2020. Judge Lekale is then booked off from the 14th of September 2020 to the 31st of December 2020. And then on the 10th of December 2020, that is page 173, there's another medical certificate. And that medical certificate then says from the 10th of December to the 31st of March 2021, you would be indisposed and may resume duty on the 1st of April.
So the one at page 172 did no more than just raise false hope on your part that you would be available.
Precisely.
Thank you.
Well, maybe all of them.
So, Judge President, before it appears, if you look at 172 and 173, before Judge Lekale could resume his duties,
Yes.
if you look at 173, he went to the doctor again on 10 December 2020, before the expiration of 172.
Precisely. So you were supposed to resume duty on the 1st of January 2021, but on the 10th of December 2020, you went to the ophthalmologist again and was then booked off until the 31st of March 2021.
So, in other words, before Christmas and before 172 expired.
Yeah, before Christmas, yes.
And there at 173, it's noted that according to the doctor's knowledge / as informed, he would be unfit for work / school from the 10th of December 2020 until the 31st of March 2021.
Correct?
And the nature of the illness / operation / injury appears to be recorded as diabetic retinopathy with diabetic and then something illegible there.
Yes.
It states he may resume work on the 1st of April 2021.
Correct.
Then 174 takes us into 2021,
Yes.
which actually starts by 173 already, because it's from the period December until December 2020 to the 2021 period. Let's move to 174.
Yes.
It seems to be the same doctor
Yes.
who examined Judge Lekale on the 4th of March 2021.
Yes. Also during the period that he was booked off on 173, because he was booked off until the 31st of March, but 174 is dated the 4th of March 2021.
So there was no room for you for allocating any work, if I may put
No,
it that way.
definitely not.
And then according to the certificate at 174, according to the doctor's knowledge / as informed, he would be unfit for work / school from the 4th of March 2021 until the 4th of June 2021 and may resume work on the 5th of June 2021.
That is correct.
And the nature of the illness / operation injury appears to be recorded as ophthalmic illness, although the handwriting is also unclear.
That is correct.
Judge President, if I look at 174, I do note that the date stamp appears to be 18 March 2021, but it states that the examination took place the 4th of March 2021.
Yes, ex facie, the document, that is what appears on it. But you will also note that it is the first, if not the only, medical certificate that says that Judge Lekale may resume duty in term, which is the 5th of June 2021. It's before the recess period.
But Judge, if that's what I wanted to take you now to 174, because it seems if you look at 175, the very next day,
Yes,
the 5th of March,
yes,
the same doctor examined him.
yes.
And the date stamp is now correct.
The date stamp is correct, but the dates on which, or the date on which Judge Lekale may resume duty has now changed to the 1st of July 2021, which is in the recess.
So am I correct if I look at the certificate under 174?
Yes,
He's certified that he may resume on the 5th of June, and for some other reason, the very next day he consults with him again, and it now states that he's unfit for work/school from the 5th of March 2021 until the 30th of June 2021, and may resume on the 1st of July 2021.
correct.
In terms of the periods, does this have anything to do with the term and the recess period? Or?
Well, as I pointed out to you, on 174, the doctor certifies that Judge Lekale would or may resume duty on the 5th of June 2021, which is or was in term. And on the very next day, it is stated that he may resume duty on the 1st of July 2021, which is during the recess.
And if you look at 175,
Yes,
it appears that the nature of the illness/operation injury is ophthalmic illness, although the handwriting is a bit unclear,
yes,
but it's added advanced PDR.
yes.
When looking at the medical certificates at pages 174 and 175, perhaps sitting here, I can assume that maybe overnight there was deterioration of the condition of Judge Lekale, which necessitated another visit the very next day.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Yes. Thank you.
Judge President, was any explanation given to you at the time in terms of the two certificates?
None.
If I move to page 176, that appears to be the same doctor that examined Judge Lekale on the 8th of June, 2021. And according to the certificate, he was unfit for work/school from the 8th of June 2021 to the 30th of September 2021 and may resume on the 1st of October 2021.
That is correct. Again, just the point that it was during the currency of 174 that 176 was issued.
A couple of weeks before the expiration of the date.
Yes,
Then if you look at 176, according to the certificate of the same doctor, the nature of the illness/operation/injury appears to be recorded as advanced diabetic retinopathy with macular, it's a bit illegible, legal blindness.
yes.
Is
On the face of it, sorry to interrupt you, Advocate Bose. On the face of it, the diagnosis appears, to be different. Looking at
Well, I think Yeah, yeah.
174, 175, and
176.
176.
Yes, President. However, you will see that it's the first time that the doctor uses layman's terms and stating that it's legal blindness. But other than that, it was PDR. And you'll see there on 176, it's also basically advanced diabetic retinopathy, whatever the word really is. And then the muscular SH, I could not make that out, but I think that's the reason why the doctor probably clarified it by writing legal blindness.
So if you look at, Judge President, if you look at the medical certificates that we just went through, and if you look at 176, it appears that on the 8th of June 2021 was the first time that it has been noted that he is legally blind.
Yes.
177, the same doctor appears to examine Judge Lekale on the 1st of September 2021. And according to the certificate, he was unfit for work or slash school from the 1st of September 2021 to the 31st of December 2021. And once again, he may, as in the previous certificate, he may resume work on New Year's Day, that being the 1st of January 2022.
That is correct. And just to emphasize the point, 177 was issued in the currency of 176, whilst 176 was still valid. Yes.
And then the nature of the illness slash operation slash injury appeared to be recorded as advanced proliferative diabetic retinopathy.
Yes.
And the word after that appears to, the handwriting is a bit unclear.
Yeah.
There may perhaps be an explanation for this, but sitting here as someone who has no medical background or qualifications, because 176 and 177 were issued by the same doctor.
Yes.
176 is sick leave until the 30th of September.
Yes.
In my mind, I would have thought that, bearing in mind that you previously issued one that would have continued until the 30th of September,
Yes.
then if the medical condition of the patient dictated that the patient would need a longer period, then the second one would kick in from the 1st of October to the 31st of December 2021, for example.
Yes, that's a logical way of looking at it.
Yes.
And I just thought maybe because Judge Lekale was physically there on that date, and
Yes.
he decided to put him off again for an extended period.
Yes.
But that's indeed the logical way of reasoning it through.
Yes. In fact, that's why I preface what I posed to you by stating that there may well be, from the doctor's perspective, a plausible explanation for
Yes.
him having done it the way he did.
Yes.
Thank you.
I've not had the benefit of speaking to the doctor and asking him for an explanation.
Judge President, then 178 appears to be the exact same certificate as 173. It's therefore a duplication,
That's a duplication.
rather than a further certificate.
Yes, that's correct.
I will then leave 178 because it's a duplication of 173. So, Judge President, if you look at the 2021 period which we have dealt with, it appears to be a continued pattern established after 2020, namely repeated certificates from Dr. Matala relating to the advanced diabetic eye disease and legal blindness is
Yes,
starting to be noted.
yes.
Then I'd like to take you to 2022, 179. It's page 179.
Yes.
On the face of it, 179, it appears that Dr. Matala recorded that he examined Judge Lekale on the 14th of March 2022. According to the certificate, he's unfit for work/school from the 4th of March 2022 until the 21st of June 2022.
Yes, 14th of March. Not 4th, 14th.
My apologies, the 14th of March
Yes.
until the 21st. And the nature recorded there is also ophthalmic illness, advanced diabetic retinopathy.
Yes.
I see that the time is now 12:05. I propose to take a comfort break for 10 minutes, then we can resume at 12:15. Thank you. Shall we adjourn?
Thank you.
Thank you. You may continue, Advocate Bloss.
Thank you, President. Judge President Musi, before the comfort break, we stopped at 179.
Yes.
I'll now move to 180.
Yes.
If you look at 180, also the certificate from the same doctor, it's once again that he was examined. Dr. Lekale was booked off until the 20th of June 2022, but he was examined by the same doctor on the 30th of May 2022, if you look at 180.
Yes.
So before the expiration of 179 again.
Yes.
And if you look at 180, the same doctor says that he examined him on the 30th of May 2022, that he's unfit for work/school from the 30th of May 2022, and extends it until the 30th of September 2022, and he may resume on the 1st of October 2022.
That is correct.
And then the nature of the illness/operation injury appears to be recorded as quiescent proliferative diabetic retinopathy.
Yes.
Although the handwriting is a bit unclear. But it
Yes,
appears to be
quiescent
that.
PDR. Yes.
Can I just, before you continue, I see the date stamp is the 27th of May 2022, whereas the examination was on the 30th of May
That is correct.
2022.
That is correct.
So as in the instant with the other certificate, the date stamp does not correspond with the date of examination.
Precisely.
My apologies, if I may just be afforded an opportunity, my laptop just went down. I just have to restart. Thank you, Chairperson. If we can move to 181, which is still in the 2022 period. The same doctor states that he examined Judge Lekale on the 6th of September 2022 and that he's unfit for work/school from the 6th of September 2022 until the 20th of December 2022 and may resume work on the 21st of December 2022.
That is correct.
And then it's recorded ophthalmic illness or blindness. The handwriting is a bit unclear. Diabetic retinopathy. But the
Correct.
handwriting is unclear, but it seems to be that way if you look at the previous diagnosis.
That is correct.
And if you move to 182, once again before the expiration of 181, the same doctor examines Dr. Lekale on the 28th of November 2022 and is booked off until the 31st of March 2024 and may resume on the 1st of April.
That's correct.
Then 183, a few days after being examined on the, my apologies, 183 we already
We dealt with
it, as already discussed before, it's a duplication.
Duplication, yes.
So, Judge President, with reference to the certificates in 2022, it appears that the eye-related condition recorded in 2021 continued during 2022.
That's correct, yes.
and that Dr. Lekale repeatedly recorded diabetic retinopathy-related diagnosis, and the booking of periods appear to have been extended from March 2022 until March 2023,
Yes.
with a few of the certificates, or some of the certificates being issued before the expiry of the preceding certificate.
Yes.
Then let's move to 2023. It seems that he was examined by the same doctor again. If you look at 184,
Yes.
on the 24th of February 2023, and he's booked off until 30 June 2023 and may resume 1 June 2023.
1 July.
Sorry, 1 July
2023.
2023.
Correct? Again, again, the doctor says advanced PDR and then says legal blindness.
Legal blindness is diagnosed once again.
Yes.
Then 185, he sees him, Judge Lekale, on the 30th of May 2023 again. But this time he books him off until the 30th of September 2023.
Yes.
So a month before the expiration of 184.
Yes. Exactly a month. Yeah.
In terms of term and recess, could you just look at the dates if there's any significance? Or
Well, 184, the 1st of July 2023 would be in recess. The date on which the doctor certified that he may resume duty on. And likewise, on 185, the 1st of October 2023 would be in recess.
so in both instances, resume work during recess.
During recess, yes.
If we look at 186,
Yes.
he's examined on the 1st of, Judge Lekale is examined on the 1st of September 2023. Again, according to the doctor's knowledge, or as he was informed, the judge appears to be unfit from the 1st of September 2023 and once again till the 31st of December 2023 and may resume work on the 1st of January 2024, New Year's Day.
That is correct.
And then at the nature of the illness / operation and injury at 186 appears to be recorded as ophthalmic illness, PDR, with very poor vision.
That is correct. Just to note that at 185 again, the doctor certified that he may resume duty on the 1st of October 2023, but then examined him on the 1st of September 2023, and then booked him off until the 1st of January, New Year's Day, the next year.
So, Judge President, if you look at, in summary, if you look at the 2023 certificates, it continues with the same pattern of ongoing eye-related illnesses, which renders him unfit, Judge Lekale, unfit to resume work.
Yes, correct.
And then if you look at the certificates of 2023, Dr. Lekale records advanced PDR, legal blindness, poor vision, and at the stage very poor vision.
Yes.
And then the periods was throughout 2023 into March 2024.
Correct.
I'd like you to move to the remainder of 2024, page 188 of the bundle.
Yes.
Judge Lekale is examined, if you look at 188, by the same doctor on the 16th of March 2024.
Yes.
And then he's booked off from the 16th of March 2024 until the 30th of June 2024, also the 30th of June,
Correct.
and may resume work on the 1st of July 2024.
Correct.
Then the nature of the illness/operation injury appears to be recorded as extensive PDR quiescent.
Yes.
And then in this instance, if I look at 188, I do note there's now something written by the review date.
Yes, it's not clear. It's just when. I don't know. Is it a need? And I could not make out the last one. I initially thought it arises, but doesn't seem to be that.
Yes, the handwriting is unclear, but we
Yeah.
can see by review date they stand when was a need.
Yes.
Then 189, once again the same doctor examines Judge Lekale on the 1st of July 2024. According to the certificate, he's unfit for work/school from the 1st of July until the 30th of September 2024 and may resume on the 1st of October 2024.
Correct.
The nature of the illness or/operation/injury appears once again advanced PDR ophthalmic illnesses, but nothing is noted by the review date.
No.
Now, Judge President, if we move to 190 appears not to be the same form as the preceding medical certificates. Would you agree?
I agree.
It appears to be a medical report by Dr. Maula dated 5 July 2024.
That is correct.
And it relates to, if you look at the report, Mr. Luponi, Joshua Lekale, and there's his identity number, that of Judge Lekale.
Yes.
For the sake of accuracy and without correcting the language used in the report, I will read the relevant portion as it appears. You can just have a look at it and see whether or not you agree with me. Mr. Lekale has been on my case since 29 March 2019 with advanced proliferative diabetic retinopathy in both eyes. He was done cataract operation and pars plana vitrectomy for tractional retinal detachment with advanced disease. His condition is now end stage. He is hand movement vision and permanent legal blindness.
That is correct. That's how I understand what the doctor wrote there.
The medical
Although some
report.
of the words, I could not make out, but yeah.
So that is in the medical report that was submitted to you by Judge Lekale from the Dr. Matlala,
That is correct.
the ophthalmologist.
Yes.
$191 appears to be again a normal medical certificate from Dr. Matlala, the same doctor.
Yes.
He examined, according to the document, appears on Judge Lekale on the 1st of October 2024. And according to the certificate, he was unfit for work/school from the 1st of October 2024, once again until the 31st of December 2024, and he may resume duty on the 1st of January 2025, New Year's Day 2025.
That is correct.
The nature of the illness/operation injury appears to be recorded as advanced quiescent PDR with legal blindness.
Yes.
Now, Judge President, please correct me if I'm wrong. The 2024 certificates, if you have a look at it, it continues with the same eye-related pattern seen in the preceding years.
Yes, I think what is maybe significant about them, they move from extensive PDR to advanced, but what the doctor says, it is quiescent. In other words, the condition is dormant. There's no movement. So there's no movement in the blindness, the state of the blindness.
Is that why it is stated that it's permanent?
Well, in the previous one at 190, the doctor says, and permanent legal blindness. And later on, 191, he again uses advanced quiescent PDR. So it's advanced, there's no movement, still permanently blind. That's how I understand it.
The medical report at page 180 further records end-stage disease also,
Yeah, the
in
word
addition
end-
to the legal blindness and the permanentness thereof.
Yes, the doctor used the word end stage.
Now, Judge President, having regard to the medical certificates dealt with thus far, what observation, if any, can you make regarding the timing, the duration, and the sequence of the certificates?
Well, when it comes to the timing and the sequence, it's, as I said previously, it's basically the same. That Judge Lekale would be able to resume duties in the recess. Firstly, and the condition of his blindness has not changed.
Then to move to 2025 period, page 192, according to the certificate presented to you or presented by Judge Lekale, he was examined on the 2nd of January 2025, although the date stamp, we can't make that out.
Yes.
And he was unfit for work/school from the 2nd of January 2025 to the 31st of March and may resume on the 1st of April.
Yes.
And then it's noted advanced PDR with blindness. It just say blindness, not legally blind in this
Yeah, that's
instance.
correct. It's not qualified with legal, it's just blindness.
Advanced PDR with blindness.
Yes.
The next certificate 193 appears to be examined on the 31st of March 2025, booked off till the 30th of June 2025, may resume on the 1st of July 2025. Here it's noted advanced PDR but legal blindness.
Yes.
Then to move to 194, before the expiration of the previous certificate, it appears that Judge Lekale was examined on the 24th of June 2025 by the same doctor.
Yes.
And then booked off from the 24th of June to the 30th of September 2025, may resume on the 1st of October 2025.
Correct?
Then the nature of the illness slash operation injury appears to be advanced proliferative diabetic retinopathy, followed by two words in brackets. The first appears to start with a B, but the words in brackets are unclear.
Yeah, that's correct. I could not make out what that stands for, but it's advanced PDR in any event, which the doctors already termed blindness or legal blindness.
And here it says he may resume on the 1st of October 2025.
Correct.
Now, if you look at 195,
Yes.
the certificate appears to be different in form from the earlier certificate, although it was issued by the same doctor, Dr.
Yes.
Matala.
Yes.
It appears to be on the letterhead of Lalitha Pain Clinic and Laser Center.
Correct.
And here also before the expiration of previous certificate, Judge Lekale appears to be examined on the 22nd of September 2025.
Yes.
And once again, as in the preceding years, booked off until the 31st of December 2025 and will be fit for duty on New Year's Day 2026 during the recess period.
That's correct.
And the nature of the illness or the operation slash injury appears to be recorded as ophthalmic illness, advanced PDR, and in brackets, blindness.
Correct.
If you look at 196, it's now not on the same letterhead anymore, but it's also by the same doctor, Dr. Lekale. He is seen on the 6th of December.
No, the 2nd of
Sorry,
December.
2nd of December
Yes.
2025, even though he's booked off until the 31st of December.
Correct.
And here the doctor states or books him off from the 2nd of December 2025 until the 31st of March 2026 and states he may resume on the 1st of April 2026.
That is correct.
Certificate states, if you look at 196, the nature of the illness slash operation slash injury is advanced proliferative diabetic retinopathy, quiescent PDR,
Yes.
in brackets.
Yes.
Judge President, if I look at this medical certificates, am I correct in stating that the certificates do not note any material improvement from the end stage that was recorded in the 2024 medical report?
No, it does not. But what it expressly says is it is quiescent PDR. In other words, stable. There's no improvement.
With the blindness or the legal blindness as stated.
Yes.
And for that period, the booking of period is continuously from the 2nd of December 2025 to the 31st of December 2025, with the return date of the 1st January 2026, just like in the other periods.
Yeah.
Now the last year is the 2026 year, We're still with the same doctor, nothing has changed.
Yes.
197. Once again, there's a medical certificate
Yes.
from Dr. Matsala, who notes that he examined Judge Lekale on the 30th of March 2026,
Yes.
and that according to his knowledge / as informed, he's unfit for work / school from the 30th of March 2026 to the 30th of June 2026, and he may resume on the 1st of July 2026.
Correct.
An advanced proliferative case and diabetic retinopathy is noted.
Yes.
Then 198, before the last certificate expired, once again, we have the same doctor who now states that Judge Lekale, and with a given ID number, was examined by him on the 21st of June 2026, and according to his knowledge / as informed, is unfit for work / school from the 21st of June 2026 to the 30th of September 2026, and may resume on the 1st of October 2026.
That is correct.
And if you look at 198, the law certificate that presided, is this the law certificate that was?
Yes, it is valid until the 1st of October this year.
Yes. There is also now a review date there in that certificate, unlike the one.
The 30th of September,
That's
2026.
correct. There's now a review date of the 30th of September,
Yes.
which is similar to the one on 188 in 2024.
Similar in what sense?
That there's something now written by the review
Oh,
date.
yes.
Judge President, with these, I now took you through the medical certificate and the one report. I just want to confirm with you whether these were all the medical certificates or in documentation received.
According to my records, yes.
Were any medical reports received from any medical practitioner indicating any progress or improvement on his condition?
None?
Now, Judge President, I'd like to move away from the certificates. We have already dealt with that.
Yes.
Judge Lekale has had the opportunity to respond to your complaint
Yes.
dated 31st of January 2025.
Yes.
In the bundle, his response is marked G, and it appears pages 44 to 50, dated 9 April 2025.
Yes.
I just want to state, if I may just first get to it. It's G, page 44 to
Yes.
40 to 50 is in the form of an affidavit dated 9
Correct.
of April 2025. If you look at paragraph in his response, he states that many of the allegations in your affidavit are not in dispute, especially if you look at paragraph 2.1. It seems to be the case.
That has consistently been Judge Lekale's attitude, that he does not dispute the medical evidence and also the averments made in my complaint.
Now, if you look at the affidavit dated 9 April 2025, if you look at paragraphs 6, 7, 8, and 9,
Yes.
it appears that Judge Lekale states to some extent that he consulted a traditional healer from outside of the country, and he was advised by the traditional healer that he would not, or he advised the traditional healer he would not be able to perform his work and might have to resign, and the traditional healer advised him not to invite the wrath of the ancestors by resigning.
Yes, maybe if I may paraphrase, which is also consistent with Judge Lekale's case, is that he consulted two traditional healers and was told that he should not resign or retire or apply to be medically boarded, as that would invite the wrath of the ancestors, and that if he does any of those three steps, his blindness would be permanent. And the second opinion was that his road to sight will be totally closed should he do one of those things.
But am I correct if you look at the medical certificate, he's already been diagnosed as?
Well, maybe we must then draw the distinction between the medical certificates that we have from a quote-unquote Western educated ophthalmologist and eye specialist as opposed to a traditional healer, the education and level which is at this stage unknown. And what Judge Lekale says is, regardless of what the ophthalmologist is saying, the traditional healer whom whom he accepts as the person with the correct opinion says that he should not go and voluntarily apply to be released from active service due to incapacity. Otherwise, he will never regain his sight. That is his case.
Well, that is his belief.
That is his belief, and that is also what he conveyed to me.
If you look at paragraph 8, you have mentioned that there was more than one. It's also evident from paragraph 8. Judge Lekale also refers to seeking a second opinion from a traditional healer. But if you look at paragraph 9, it states towards the end, she was, however, unable to confirm the issue of what would happen to me should I opt to apply to be medically boarded.
Yes, but she partially confirmed what the first one said, that he would regain his sight. I think that is the point that Judge Lekale is making.
But my reading of paragraph 6 of the
6.
answering affidavit, the way I read it is that he would only incur the wrath of the ancestors if he were to resign.
Yes, that is what is stated in paragraph 6. But in my discussions with Judge Lekale, he intimated that resignation, retiring, or being medically boarded, to use the colloquial term, would invite the wrath of the ancestors, according to the traditional healer.
Thank you.
Did Judge Lekale provide you with anything from a purported traditional healer?
No, nothing. It's just the mere say-so of Judge Lekale, which I accepted as my colleague.
Now in paragraph 10, and I'm still by the response.
Sorry to interrupt you, Advocate. Close. Don't traditional healers in the ordinary course communicate their diagnosis to their clients simply by word of mouth?
Not necessarily, President. Maybe as a generalization, yes, but there are also traditional healers who indeed write medical certificates. We've had many of those kind of cases in the labor court. There is, for an example, a case where a worker was dismissed because the employer did not accept the medical certificate coming from the traditional healer.
Thank you, Judge President.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge President.
Yes.
I see, although we are talking, he's referring to the traditional healers, what his belief was in what they were indicating to him. But did you at any stage perhaps try to reconcile that with what the medical doctors had said before? That, I mean, he had a problem of diabetes mellitus.
Look,
And then he
Oh, sorry.
later on had to have a below the knee amputation of the right leg and had a problematic left leg as well due to diabetes. And hence they call it PDR, diabetic retinopathy.
Look, it is irreconcilable. On the one hand, you have an actual diagnosis by a specialist in the field. On the other hand, you have what he was told and what he verily believes to be true, what he was told by a traditional healer. They are totally irreconcilable, but it's a question of belief. People have many strange beliefs sometimes, even people who are highly religious. So
Yes.
that is the situation. It is his subjective belief. And it's objectively, it might be absurd, but it is his subjective belief.
Yes, but the medical certificates were furnished to you and they
Yes.
say he had that diabetic-induced retinopathy,
I agree. That's why I
loss
say
of sight.
yes. That's why I say it's irreconcilable. The one is based on belief, the other on actual diagnosis by an expert.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Even though himself, maybe one could say that he's or was in a catch-22 situation, faced with medical evidence, which he accepts, and the advice that he got from the traditional healers in the face of the medical evidence. Because of his belief, he chose to accept what the traditional healers
Precisely.
told him,
That's
fearing, as he said, the wrath of the ancestors if he were to act otherwise.
that's it. That is precisely his case. It has always been that.
But it is clear from the medical certificates that his sight deteriorated the whole time since 2019.
Correct. That's why I say on the actual diagnosis by the eye specialist, there is no indication that there is hope for him to see again in future. But based on what he believes in and what the traditional healer told him, that actually gave him the hope and belief that he might see anytime soon. As he puts it, I will even be able to see the next day.
Despite his deteriorating eyesight.
That's it, yes.
Judge President, if you look at paragraph 10, it appears that Judge Lekale appreciates that the situation cannot remain in limbo, indefinitely. However, he states that because he is precluded from applying for release on medical grounds, the Commission may, on its own accord, recommend his temporary release on medical grounds pending his recovery. Now, with this paragraph in mind, Judge President, Apart from Judge Lekale's belief, subjective belief concerning the traditional healer, is there anything that precludes him from applying for being released on medical ground?
As far as I know, the state of the law currently is as follows: that a judge may be released from active service based on misconduct, gross misconduct, gross incompetence, or incapacity. Now, for that to happen, it is for the president of the country to relieve somebody from active service, and thereafter, you cannot then say, my position was a temporary one, or hold my release from active service in limbo until such time that I see again. It is unfortunately, it seems to me, a final act. When the president signs that you are now relieved from active service, you are relieved from active service.
So if I understand correctly, it can be on his own accord or in terms of Section 177 of the Constitution.
Yes, yeah, that is basically the situation, but Section 177 governs the three eventualities that can lead to the release of a judge from active service also.
Judge President, you touched basically on it, but I just want to specifically ask you, do any of the judicial regulatory instruments make provision for temporary release on medical grounds?
Not that I am aware of.
It seems as
So, in so far as you are concerned, if you are discharged by the president in terms of the Constitution, then that's the end of it.
That's the end of it, my understanding, because then the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Service Act kicks in. And all your benefits are determined in terms of that, as well as whether you may be recalled to do active service. And in terms of that act, you may not be recalled to do any service if you were discharged based on incapacity. That much is clear from the act. But if you retire, yes, especially if you retire at the retirement age of 70, you may be recalled. If you have retired at the age of 75 or you have reached the age of 75, any other additional service is voluntarily, you can't be compelled. But you may not be recalled at all if you have been discharged for incapacity.
That only leaves a theoretical possibility. I put it no higher than that. If age is still on our side, one could apply where there's a vacancy for reappointment, so to speak.
Well, there's a difference between reappointment, because reappointment, you go through the whole process. There must be a vacancy, you must apply, you must be shortlisted and interviewed.
Yes.
But what is envisaged here is the question of hold it for now, and then when I'm ready to come back, I should just come back in my post. But by that time, there will not be a post in the Free State because we shall have advertised and filled the post.
Yes. Thank you, Judge President.
Judge President, if you look at page 47 of the bundle, paragraph 14.1, and I think you touched on it earlier in your testimony, where Judge Lekale says he denies the heart operation, but I think you clarified that, am I correct?
Yes, as I said, I spoke to Judge Lekale whilst he was in hospital in Pretoria, and he told me that he's there to undergo a procedure, and these days surgery and procedure is used synonymously. So unfortunately, that on my part to say it's surgery was incorrect. Yes.
But it was, according to paragraph 14.1, His own version is he was admitted to
No,
the
it was
heart
definitely in the hospital. I
heart
spoke to him.
hospital.
Yes, he does not deny that. I spoke to him whilst he was in the heart, at the heart hospital in Pretoria.
Then paragraph 18.1, page 49 of the bundle.
Yes.
Judge Lekale mentions that he asked one of his colleagues to approach Bartimeus School for the Blind and Deaf about the possibility of learning Braille. He says that from his contact with the school, it became clear to him that Braille would not assist him because of his advanced age. Do you have any comment on that, Judge President?
No, I think it will just be an opinion, so I'd rather refrain from it because what Judge Lekale is saying is what actually happened. I have no personal knowledge of it. And the opinion would have just been that one is probably never too old to learn. But yeah.
But according to his paragraph 18.1, that Braille would not assist him because of his advanced age.
That is what he says, yes.
Then, Judge President, am I correct that Article 5 of the Code of Judicial Conduct adopted in Section 12 of the JSC Act 1994 deals with judges and acting honorably? If you look at Article 5, it I may just get an opportunity to get it. Article 5, to act honorably, and it has various notes also added to the article
Yes,
of how judges should behave.
yes,
Page 304 of the Judicial Regulatory Instruments, second edition. Chairperson. For instance, it says under the notes, Note 5, Roman 3, a judge does not engage in conduct that is prejudicial to the effective and expeditious administration of the business of the court.
yes.
Now, Judge President, having regard to Judge Lekale's prolonged absence and the circumstances and facts you have mentioned before the tribunal, can you comment whether or not his conduct was prejudicial to the effective and expeditious administration of the business of the court?
Well, clearly, as I've stated earlier, it impedes proper planning. The court cannot function optimally without a permanent one of its permanent members, and that will obviously hinder the effective service delivery and expeditious administration of the business of the court. But yeah, the situation is that it was due to ill health.
Then the same Article 5, Note Roman 1 says a judge behaves in years of professional and private life in a manner that enhances public trust in or respect for the judiciary and the judicial system. Now, Judge President, having regard to the circumstances and the facts you have mentioned placed before this tribunal, can you comment as to whether or not Judge Lekale's conduct was consistent with the behavior that enhances public trust in or respect for the judiciary and the judicial system.
Well, you will note in Roman 4 thereof, note 5, Roman 4, that the test is an objective one, and it is to be judged through the prism or the eyes of a reasonable person. Now, obviously, the question arises, what would an ordinary member of the public, a reasonable person who is aware of the facts in this matter, say that a judge is on sick leave for 8 years and is being paid for those 8 years, and the second judge is paid for the duration of the time, except for the recesses, of course, a salary similar to that the judge receives. So it might obviously have an impact on the levels of public trust in the judiciary and respect for the judiciary, objectively speaking. What I think about it is irrelevant.
Judge President,
Sorry to interrupt. Shouldn't that be considered against the backdrop that even if we were to apply to be medical boarded, he would be, and the application is successful, he would be entitled to a salary.
Well, to part of his salary. If a judge
But he would lose other benefits, for example,
precisely,
like
but
a motor vehicle and so forth.
yes, but the salary component is less than what a judge ordinarily receives on retirement, firstly. And secondly, and more importantly, I think it is the duration of the delay. It's an 8-year period. That is inordinately long period. And people out there, when they hear that this is what actually happened and these are the facts, might have that perception because it's optics. It's all a matter of optics.
like you said in Article 5, Roman 4, it's to be assessed objectively through the eyes of the reasonable person.
Yes, it's not for me to assess it. The tribunal must assess it from the prism of a reasonable person.
Judge President, while you discussing or while you raise financial implications, I want you to take you to page 31 of the bundle. That's an annexure to your complaint that you lodged, or that's dated the 31st of January 2025. Page 31 appears to be a spreadsheet.
Yes. Oh, yes, yeah.
Could you take us through the spreadsheet attached to your complaint, what it means and
Well,
the
as
totals
the
mean?
president intimated earlier, that a judge who is on retirement loses, so is not entitled to certain benefits. But what has actually happened in this particular case, I just indicate the financial implications, total financial implications, including the car. What happens is a judge pays the tax on a motor vehicle. The motor vehicle is availed to the judge for official as well as private use. The judge does not pay for petrol, services, or oil for that matter. It is paid for by the state. Likewise, toll fees. Now, if, as in this case, maybe let me take you through the grid, the spreadsheet. You'll see under kilometers traveled, there's 3,716 in January 2024. That is the total amount for the month that Judge Lekale used the vehicle. The normal cost per month is what the state pays, 15,489.19. Judge Lekale also contributes to that. And then there's the daily tariff that we pay because the cars are sourced from G Fleet, which is a entity of the Gauteng provincial government, or from the Western Cape, which is also an entity of that government. So per month, they charge a total of 41,157.61 cents. So that monthly charge minus the 15,489.19, the difference there is what Judge Lekale pays. But the total cost to the state, well, it's stated as OCJ for the month, was 56,864 rands 80 cents. For the entire period, January 2024 to December 2024, it came down to 577,486 rands 93 cents. That's just for that year.
So if I understand this table correctly,
Yes.
from January 2024 until December 2024, even though Judge Lekale was unfit to resume duty as an active judge,
Yes.
an amount of 30,954 kilometers was driven on his vehicle.
Yes, that is what was actually driven with the vehicle.
And for the same period, whilst he was unfit, besides his salary, for the January 2024 until December 2024, besides his salary, there was an additional cost to the state of 577,486.
Yes, that's for the year.
Does he still receive those benefits in addition to
Yes,
salary?
yes, he receives it. Obviously, there would be variables because he would not be driving the same kilometers every month, and that amount might be more or it might be less. But I can get that from my office.
And I note for every month for the year 2024, there were toll gate fees.
Yes.
So, all said and done, Judge President Musi, for the year 2024, it cost the government a little over 500,000
Yes.
for the vehicle which was used by Judge Lekale during that year,
Correct.
and the government derived no benefit
Correct.
for that cost.
Correct.
Thank you.
And Judge President, that would be the same position for 2025 as well as to date, 2026.
Well, it would be the same from 2018, from the first time that Judge Lekale went on sick leave. He had the cars, because he actually changed cars in the period as well. So he had the cars at his disposal, and he would drive the cars, and the state would foot the bill for the petrol, maintenance, tolls, and things like that. Yeah.
Without performing work as an active judge
So
for
without any,
8 years.
that's correct, yes, as the president already indicated.
Just with regard to that, did he get a new car in that period?
Yes, under correction, but an E-Class Mercedes-Benz as well as a GLC Mercedes-Benz. Currently, it's a GLC Mercedes-Benz that he's driving.
So in spite of the fact that he performed no work for the government, he got a new government car after 4 years?
Precisely.
Thank you.
And that would have been in terms of the prevailing regulations
Correct.
pertaining to judge's motor vehicles.
Correct, because he remains the judge,
Yes.
although he's on sick leave, yes.
Which
Judge-
then means that for as long as there is no for as long as there is no finalization, or for as long as this matter continues, or state of affairs continues, the government would continue to bear costs such as these and other related costs.
Correct.
Thank you.
So it will continue unless something is done.
Well,
In terms
yes,
of,
I suppose that is why we're here, yes.
Judge President, is there anything you'd wish to add before I conclude?
No, thank you, not at this stage.
Tribunal President, that will be all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Blows. The time is now 1:25. We will take the lunch adjournment at this stage, and when we resume, then I will give Judge Lekale the opportunity to ask any questions that he might desire to pose to Judge President Musi. Just bear with me for a moment. Okay. So we'll resume at 2:15. Thank you. Shall we adjourn? Judge Lekale, it is now your opportunity to put whatever questions you might have to Judge President Musi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. JP Musi, if I were to recover and go back to work, would you accept me?
Yes.
Judge Musi, you never visited me at hospital or anywhere ever since I fell ill.
That is correct, but I called you practically every week in the beginning, and in the later stages, not as frequently. But I called you and always inquired about your health. You were there and most of the times in Welkom whilst I was in Bloemfontein. Distance between the two places about 170 kilometers, but yeah, I made it a point that at least once a week I would contact you, teenage, or as I affectionately call you, and most of us. How are you? Are you okay? Yes. The stump is healing. And then later on, yeah, my sight is still bad, but I trust that I will see again. Yes.
Yes, JP, it's good that you say you would have me back if I were to recover.
Judge Lekale, my view has always been that you are a good judge. Whilst you were still at the division, I would actually compliment you on your work. And when we sat on appeals, you wrote good judgments. And when you commented on my judgments, it was always sensible advice that I took.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you. I do not have any further questions to the JP.
Thank you, Judge Lekale. Advocate Blows, do you want to exercise your right to re-examine Judge President Musi?
There's no re-examination. President.
Judge President Musi, we have come to the end of your testimony, and we have reached a point where unless or even if you were to indicate otherwise, that we must now excuse you at this stage. Thank you very much for taking time to assist the tribunal. After all, you are the complainant. So you are excused.
Thank you, President, and thank you, members of the tribunal.
Advocate Bose.
That will be all evidence from the complainant's side.
Thank you, Advocate Bose. Judge Lekale, we have now concluded the evidence that the evidence leader wished to present to the tribunal. Might I inquire from you if you will be presenting evidence on your behalf, and if so, whether you are ready to do so this afternoon still, or whether you will seek an indulgence perhaps to get your ducks on the row, so to speak, and present your evidence later. If you could let us know what your position is.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I will request an opportunity to do so to get my ducks in a row so as to be able to present my case properly. I did not expect to present my case today, really.
Are you in effect then asking that the proceedings be adjourned at this stage to tomorrow morning for continuation?
Indeed, Mr. Chair, indeed.
Thank you. Advocate Bose, are you amenable to Judge Lekale being afforded an opportunity to prepare for his testimony, and that the matter be adjourned at this stage to tomorrow morning?
No objection from my side that the matter be adjourned until tomorrow and that judge be afforded the opportunity until tomorrow, President.
Thank you, Advocate Bose. Very well then, at the instance of Judge Lekale, these proceedings are at this stage adjourned to tomorrow, which is Thursday, the 23rd of July, 2026, at 10 o'clock in the morning for the continuation of the hearing. Thank you. We'll then adjourn at this stage until tomorrow morning at 10. Thank you.